Well, hello my little beauties and welcome to this live stream here with me, David Connolly, the web developer extraordinaire. And it's a pleasure and a privilege to be here. And normally when I do these live streams, I do them for the private channel members, you know. It's just the way it goes. However, this has been kind of a special past few days because I started what I think is quite a bold project, and that is to build an API manager using Chat GPT along with some other things. But that really is a huge project, and I wasn't quite able to finish it in one live stream or even two. Now I don't know if it's going to take me a week to do this or what. However, there's one resolution that I made this year and I'm determined to stand by it, and the resolution is that if I start something, I finish it. So even though we're running into what is now day 3, it might even go to day 7, 8, 9 or 10, I don't know. But I am going to just stay right here, and I think it's important that people see that this stuff does work and that we can finish stuff. Now, for anyone who's interested in YouTube marketing or anything like that, I've given this title the words Chat Space GPT. And in the last one, it was Chat GPT, all one word. So the titles are virtually identical apart from that. In fact, they are identical apart from that change. So we're going to get to find out in the most real way possible what people are searching for. And I hope that you find that useful. And it's ahoy to Eric Alman. Nice to see you there, and you're very welcome. So, shall we dance? Oh people, do you hear me? Shall we dance? Alright, so let me show you what I'm working on. Now this is a thing that is going to be getting used for the TronGate framework. And we have another GitHub star today. It's a good day. So the TronGate framework is a new PHP framework that's sort of, I suppose you could say, stability first. And the TronGate framework has its own API manager. In fact, I'll show you what it looks like. If I go to please delete me, and we go like this, this is what it's got, you know, and you've probably seen this type of thing before. This is based on loopback, and we can do things like, you know, execute requests and things of that nature. However, as good as this is, there are things about it that are non-standard. The way that it presents URLs and stuff like that, it's just non-standard because, quite frankly, when I made this, I made it for myself. I never thought for a moment that I would end up doing all of this open source shenanigans, you know. So this was just a private project. But now that we do have a few GitHub stars and a few people using this framework, I think it's important to follow industry standards as far as this type of thing goes, and that's exactly what we're doing. So what you get on this live stream is basically a rebuilding of this, but the key difference is that we are now following those industry standards, and I'll show you what we've got so far, right? So you're going to see a page that looks really similar. I think it's tasks is the test table. So you can see that it's very similar. We've got our pop-ups. Now they're slightly different. Anyone with an eagle eye will notice that this pop-up came from the top here, whereas the old one sort of zoomed out, you know. So there's a few subtle differences, but this one is a complete rewrite, and this is what we're going to be working on here, you know. Now it's ahoy to camel shores, down the streets, in my kilt I fly, and all the lassies shout, Donald, where's your trousers? I think that's trousers, actually. But thank you indeed for that entertainment. We appreciate that. Thank you so much indeed. And if I win the lottery, I'll maybe hire you as our full-time crowd warmer-upper. All right. So this is the new endpoint thing, and it looks the same, but there's a couple of wee things that are different. For example, if I hit the escape key, that closes, so that was just hitting escape, which is kind of nice. But a lot of this stuff is exactly the same, you know. And this is what we're going to be working on today. And again, to anyone who's a member of the private group and you're thinking, well, why is he doing this public? It's just because I want to finish it. Normally I live stream pretty much every day for the private channel members, but you get to have me here in public and for free. So this is what we're working on. Shall we dance? Oh, people, do you hear me? Shall we dance? All right. So I've got a to-do list of stuff that I want to do with this. Let's just settle down, shall we? And how about a little bit of coding? So you can see the first thing that I've said is something about limit and offset in order by. So I'll show you what I mean by that. If we do a GET request, we can click on this and we can select something like a column name, for example, and we can say is less than, like, and all of that stuff. But if we choose something like limit, then we should only ever have equals as the only possible option. You know, I think that makes sense, right? So, let's see if we can figure out how that might work. I'll start off by opening up the console, which seems like a reasonable start. Now, I'm not going to be doing any of the Chat GPT stuff right now. That's going to happen later on as we get into the nuts and bolts of this thing. And I'm also going to try and get Chat GPT to write the documentation as well. But we're nowhere near that stage, unfortunately. So let's just, let me just go and head into this thing. Okay, so it's this one right here. I'm going to CD into please delete. I think it's 4. I'm going to do a wee get add all and then a little get commit. Here goes, and this is day 3. Okay, so all of this is on YouTube from start to finish. I don't see why anybody would watch it, quite frankly, but at least it's there for the record. Now, maybe a little zooming in might be a good idea if we can. Maybe not that much. Alright, something like this, okay. Now I can see straight away that I've got a whole bunch of console.logs. So I'm going to start by just getting rid of those because they're not entirely helpful actually. So let me just look for this console.log thing and we're going to just get rid of this. Okay, so we can get rid of this set interval, we don't need that. And if we refresh, there we go. Okay, everything looks kind of cool. Now, the next thing that we're going to do is if somebody chooses limit, this operator must be set to the equals. And in fact, it should probably be disabled. Now, this is going to be our first job for Chat GPT. So what we'll do is we're going to go to this row here and inspect, and I think I'm going to copy the entire table. Okay, so copy the outer HTML. Let's head over to Chat GPT. It's our first question of the day, and the question goes something like this. Can you write some code, perhaps JavaScript, that will force the operator to be selected at equals whenever limit, oh Jiminy, limit, offset, or order by are selected. Also, I want the drop down, the operator drop down to be disabled when one of those 3 options is selected, forcing the operator value to always be set to equals whenever limit offset or order by are selected. Also, could you make it so that whenever is it a column? What's the name of the thing? What's the name of the thing? Whenever a key, it's a key. Whenever a key is selected that is not limit offset or order by, then the drop down functionality should be re-enabled. Now then we do 4 spaces, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll paste, oh you miserable thing. I'll paste in the code and place your bets. Do you think that Chat GPT is going to be able to do this? Place your bets, folks. Let's see what you reckon. I reckon it will do it. I have faith. Let's give it a wee try. Here we go. So, sure, here's some JavaScript that could achieve what you're looking for. All right. 3 bugs. Well, I tell you what, Eric, wrap a few words before that and after it. And who knows, maybe you too could have a meaningful sentence. Anyway, let's see. Or that, set the operator to that and disabled it. Perfect. Otherwise, it's false. Add event listener. That is perfect. Okay. Now, I'm going to try. Eric, honestly, I love you, but I wish you hadn't said that. Do I have 3 bugs? Do you think it's going to produce 3 bugs? Who knows? Anyway. It's okay. Right. I'm going to try something. No, will we try that? No, we won't. Alright, let's just copy this. Let's copy that. And we're gonna put this inside a little JavaScript function. Maybe one that lives down here. We're gonna say function listen for maybe listen to drop downs, we'll call it. Or something like that. Actually, let me try something else here. Can you put all of that inside one JavaScript function and give the function an appropriate name? There we go. Let's see what it says. Okay, so here we go. We're certainly giving it a go here. Well, maybe we broke it. What do you reckon? Certainly taking its time. Oh, here we go. So here's the complete code. It's going really slow in a single JavaScript function with an appropriate name, and it really is that slow. Set up params builder. Okay. Oh, geez, it's just a shame when it's so slow. The web must be busy, you know. Unfortunately, it must be busy. All right. I just hope it doesn't time out. If it does, then I suppose we're okay. Alright, let's just keep on going. Come on. Oh, it's going to time out for sure. That's okay. I mean, I think that if it does time out, we've pretty much got an idea of what this thing's doing. It's just calling it set up params builder, you know. And it keeps on going. Adding an event like, oh gee, I apologise if this is a wee bit boring for you folks to watch. How are you doing anyway? Everybody okay? Are you having a good day? I wonder if you're working on something right now. Let us know in the comments. Ahoy, Christian. It's nice to see you. Ahoy to you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please do say hello if you're in the room. Don't be one of those characters who just sits and says nothing all day. I've certainly had an interesting day so far, I'll tell you that. Anyway, maybe it's for another time. Anyway. Eric. Yes, Eric is here, by the way, everybody. That's right. And a whole bunch of other people, I think. So add an event. It's so going to time out here. Have you ever seen this thing so slow as this? Come on. Come on. Here we go. I mean, it makes you wonder. And I think it's basically just given up. Or has it? I'm poor. Hello. Well, you're not poor. Maybe you're rich in personality or something else. Interesting is better than boring. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Watching this thing, Camel Shore says, is fascinating in that it understood you. I agree. I think that it would have been perfectly reasonable for it to say, what on earth are you talking about, you nutcase? And look at that. And to use the function, simply call the setup params builder function when you want to initialize the functionality for your HTML table, and that is beautiful. So what we're going to do then is we're going to copy this little beauty, head in here, and then we'll undo and check this out. Let's paste it in, right? So that is the function that came from Chat GPT, right? And now what we're going to do is this. So I'm actually going to call this init params builder. I think it's a better name. So I'm going to copy that. Then I'm going to go to the bit that says transform row. Now what transform row does, I'll just show you, is the following. Whenever we click on one of these rows, it produces a new bunch of forms and whatnot, you know. So every time we do this transform row thing, we are going to call init params builder. Now, before we all have a look at that, let's have another look at init params builder and just remind ourselves what it's doing here. You can see that they're calling it key drop down and operator drop down and stuff like that. The challenge is that they are not unique. So for example, you can see that we've got these rows here, and you see how that says ID is params row 1, params row 2, 3, 4, 5 and all the rest of it. it's not quite good enough for us to just say, hey man, it's that one. In order for this to be meaningful, we're going to have to pass in a table row ID, and we're going to have to use that to refer to these things here. Do you know what I mean? All right. Now, it just so happens that we have added IDs onto these things. I saw a thing that says test vibe somewhere. And that is the ID of the new thing. But the truth is, we're not really doing anything with it. Nothing at all. So let's just say, now how can we do this here? Let's just take this out. Let's just take it out. So we'll take that out completely, and then we'll take this out completely. We're going to go to create key drop down. I'm going to take out this select ID thing. All right. Maybe just go like that. So same again here. Taking out this ridiculous ID. And we're going to go like that. Going to save. Refresh. Okay. Now, I'm going to inspect. Unfortunately, we don't have an ID here or anything like that, but maybe we can do something with that, because I just thought of another potential bug here. And here's what my other potential bug is. If I go like this, and this, and this, you can see that each of these rows are being given an ID here. So if we look, it says params row 1. And if we look at the next row, it says params row 2, params row 3, params row 4. Now imagine we delete params row 3. We've just deleted params row 3, right? So that means that we've got params row 1, params row 2, then params row 4. This is the ID. Suppose we add a new one. It's calling it params row 5. I never thought that would happen. Well, that was a happy little accident. Let me try deleting some more. So if I keep on adding, now it's saying params row 3. Params row 4. I'm just wondering, see, whenever we add in these new rows here, I think that there's a hypothetical possibility that we could end up repeating the same row ID. And in fact, there it is right there. You see that that's called params row 5. And this one is called params row 5 as well. So that's an error, right? And we're going to have to fix that. So the way that we fix that is we're going to go to transform row. And what this does is it takes a table row. These are table rows. See here? When I click on it, it changes it so that it's got these form fields. And you can see that let me have a look here. So get elements by class name, magic row 0. I have no idea what that's doing. Oh yeah, that's taking the first magic row. There's only one of them. So we remove the class, we then get the children, we draw in the different bits and pieces, and then we add that to the table. Okay, cool. So what we'll do is we'll add in a little function here called reindex table rows. And you would never have even known that that had to be added, but we do need it, right? So let's call in Chat GPT again, and we're going to get Chat GPT to write a function that makes sure that our table rows are always ascending and they don't have duplicates. So I'm going to copy the outer HTML. Here goes our question. We're asking some very technical questions today. And we're going to say, thanks for the last one. My page has the ability to dynamically create and delete new table rows. However, there is a problem. It's possible for the table to have table rows that share the same ID. Each table row should have a unique ID. And I should maybe clarify what I mean by that. So if we look at one of the table rows here, you can see that we've got new params row 1. So let's just say each one should have a unique ID. And again, new params row 1. So for example, new params row 1. Okay, so each table row should have a unique ID. Can you give me, or can you create a JavaScript function that can be invoked after the creation or deletion of table rows? The function should be called, and what was it we were going to call it again? Do you remember the name? Reindex table rows. It should be called reindex table rows, and it should make sure the following table always has unique row IDs. Alright, so there's our question. Pretty technical. Let's see what it does. Here we go. Okay, so I can help with that. Here's a JavaScript function, and just look at this. Isn't it beautiful? None of you watching would have even probably realized that that fault existed. But the truth is, I thought about it last night, and just look at this. What's it doing? It's going through all of the table rows and making sure we don't have duplicates. Now let's copy, and we'll paste in our reindex table rows. There you go, right? So all we have to do now is the following. Okay. So what this is doing is it's creating a new table row. Do you see it? So whenever that has finished creating a new table row, we're going to run that little beauty there to reindex. And also, when somebody deletes a table row, let me show you. So if I take a wee look at this, now let's hold on a minute, that's not the one, this one here, right? So if I click on this little trash can here, I think we've got an event listener. Is it an event? Oh, it's an on click. So it says delete row. Do you see that? And then it says the ID. Okay, so that's a concern, right? That's a concern. So before we go any further, I have just noticed a potential problem. As you can see, some of the table rows have a function. Now this is an on-click function, I believe. Is that right? some of the table rows have, let me get rid of that, a delete row function with a number. So, okay, some of the have an on click that invokes, and the name of it for clarity is delete row. Okay, so that invokes delete row. Delete row should accept an integer as an argument. The integer being accepted should always match the result of, I'm going to just try something here. The number on the table row ID. For example, if the table row ID is 3, then the delete row function for that row should pass in an argument of 3. Can you improve the reindex table rows function so that it takes this into account? And again, quite an advanced little question, but here we go. Yes, I can help you. Here we go. So we're going to do the same vibe again, and this time we do something like that. Now, I'm not sure if that's going to work, but let's give it a try anyway. So we're going to go to re-index table rows. Here's our new improved thing. Okay, and I'm also going to go to hold on a minute. Alright, so the params builder is the thing that listens for the stuff, right? So if we go back and that's our re-index table rows, of course. Now that should also kick in when we delete a row. So let's just do that and we'll test it. Fingers crossed, here we go. So we'll go like this, right? We'll make up some rows and I hope, oh, you miserable thing. There's an error. Ah, geez. Cannot read properties of get indexed by tag name. Right, let's just, before we go into that, let's see what it actually did. So everything looks kind of okay. Okay, so what was the error that it got? Re-index table rows. Right, so it's struggling with the table ID. The table ID is not my table, it's params builder table. So if we go into re-index, and that's kind of a stupid mistake, I'm surprised that it never got that. But let's just go like this. That's the name of the table. And let's try again. Here we go. So if we open up this, so once again, unfortunately, Now that's kind of a... That's kind of tricky, isn't it? But I think I've got an idea. I think I've got an idea. Okay, I've got an idea. Let's say, can you modify the delete? Now it's called delete row. Okay, here it is right here. Okay, so we're going to ask Chat GPT, can you modify the delete row function so that it automatically figures out, so that instead of accepting an int, it automatically figures out the ID of the parent table row. That's what we want it to do. There you go. Now that's really nice, because that means we no longer have to worry about IDs, you know. So let's copy that one. And then we're going to go back to our original reindex table rows, which was like that, which is a whole lot more simple. Now we're going to go to the bit that says delete row. Here it is right here. But we're going to chuck in the new delete row. And I think that's good. Now you can see that we've got reindex table rows here, but reindex table rows, if we look at reindex table rows, it does not have an argument. So let's go back and forward, which takes us here. And we now know that reindex table rows is just going to be like this. So now we're going to go to transform row. And you can see that that's calling reindex table rows. So I think this should work. I reckon this should work. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We'll open up the console, we'll get this thing happening. Fingers crossed for me, folks. I need some good luck, man. Could you do that for me? Could you just touch the screen and give me a little bit of good luck? Because I've had a shit day, man. Can you do that? Can we have that moment? Here, let me touch the screen. Alright, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I feel that energy and I appreciate it. And I hope you have a great week, whatever you're doing. Alright. So, let's do this. Now let's just stay calm and we'll have a look at this, make sure that the IDs are okay. So you can see that that's saying params row 2, that's a wee bit unfortunate. Params row 3, 4. I suppose it doesn't really matter as long as it's unique, you know. So that's probably fine. Now let's see if delete works. Okay, delete is not working. So it's saying undefined. And hello, it's Ahoy. We have BLK in here. We've Kyle in the house. Chef is in the house. Thank you very much, Chef. Bless you, man. And Kyle is always a good vibe as well. I appreciate it, man. I had a hellish day. I can't even tell you what happened, you know. It was really, really awful, actually. And I need whatever help I can get from the universe right now. I'll take it. You know what I mean? I will take it. Alright, so let's have a look at this delete thing here. Now, when All right, thank you very much, BLK. I appreciate you, man. Thanks a lot. All right, so let's see if we can fix this one. Unfortunately, when delete row is invoked, I get the following error. All right, so if we bring in that error here, I have my smug tutorial voice on today, which usually means I haven't got a clue what I'm doing. But here we go. I'm kind of nervous about this. I think that Chat GPT is a wee bit out of its here's an example of how to use it. Table row dot bind row. Oh, that's awful. That's just awful. I'm not sure if I like that. Is there not a way to pass an event object into delete row, or even some kind of this that can be used to ascertain the ID of the parent node? I'm not a complete JavaScript guru, folks. I make no secret of it. Now, it might say do an event listener, but I don't want to do that. Okay, the event object is passed. Right, that could be the one. So let's copy that. That might work. And we'll chuck this one in. Now we're going to save. Refresh. Let's just do that. See if it works. Cannot read parent node. Ah, jeez. Right, okay, let me console.log JSON.stringify event. I'm wondering if maybe there is a way of doing this with event listeners, but I don't want to, you know. Now hold on a little minute. Oh, I've still added in the integer there, like an idiot. So let me look at our transform row thing, and where it says delete row, I'm going to take this out. Save. And let's refresh. There is no chance this is going to work. There's absolutely no chance. Okay. Now, we had a feeling it might not work, right? But let's try this version. So we're going to go to delete row again. Here we go. Delete. All right. So we're gonna have to. Hello there, Arthur. Give me a second. Okay, go on. You go. Hold on. All right. I need to work. Coco. You're gonna have to figure it out. Alright, apologies for that. So we're going to have to do an alternative method then, completely. And in this instance, I think that Chat GPT has let us down, unfortunately. So here's what we're going to do. Let's take, thank you for that, Chris, I appreciate that. Let's look at our delete row thing, right? Now this has been a failure for Chat GPT. You would probably agree, right? So what we can do then is the following. Let's dynamically create that little icon, right? So we'll say const trash icon is document create element I, that's the tag, right? Then we're going to say trash icon set attribute class, and we'll just say FA and then FA trash, right? Then we're going to say fourth table cell append child, and we're going to add on the trash icon. Now let's comment this out and we're going to refresh. So if we add on these rows, you can see that it is adding in our trash icon, and for reasons that are unknown. You can see the NS, the space is still there. So just before we add that trash icon, we're going to say fourth table cell, inner HTML is empty. Here we go again. So we're clicking. There you go. So you can see that we're adding in these icons. Now the next thing that we could do is we could say trash icon dot add event listener. Now the event listener takes an event object. No, it doesn't. Event listener takes a click event. So whenever we get a click, that is going to produce an event object. With that event object, we're then going to run delete row and then pass in the event object. And if we look at delete row, is it delete? Delete row. There it is. And now I reckon that that's going to work. So here we go. The web developer extraordinaire versus Chat GPT. Chat GPT, you failed 3 times. Let's see if I can win first time around. Well, apparently not, because my syntax is messed up. Give me just a wee second here, will you? Right, so let's go up. Just a wee syntax error, no big deal, no big deal. So this is an error from me. So what did I do wrong? Load. Right, I just got my syntax mixed up. Trash icon, I just want to type this, add event listener. We click, that produces an event object. And that goes like that. Okay, so that was just a wee syntax error, just me being a bit of an amateur there. But there we go. And here it is. So geez, why does this produce an error? Is that not what I did? Is it not what I did? Well, maybe I'm just having a stupid day. Oh, do you know what it is? I got it the wrong way round. The arrow is here because this is like a function, right? Okay, pretend you never saw that. Here we go. Do you know, I must do that 100 times a week, and I'm Look at me making an idiot of myself here. Right, here we go. Let's delete. All right, perfect, perfect. So that now works. That works. And I think that that is excellent. Okay. So eventually we got it. Now let's have a wee look at delete row. You can see that we've got re-indexed table rows there, and I think that that's going to be just fantastic. Okay, so let's give this a try now and we'll see if it really works. Our goal is to make sure that these IDs are always unique. The table row IDs, that is. So, as you can see, we've got our table row here starting at 2, which is okay. If we go to the next row, you'll see it starts at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's all good. Now I'm going to delete a few of these in the middle here. And as you can see, the re-index table rows is absolutely working. Do you see that? So for example, if we get rid of 2, watch this. Do you see all of those other rows updating? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's what we're talking about. And in fact, I'm so happy. I'm going to do a commit. So get add all, get commit re-index table rows now working. Now that was a whole sidetrack there that was all done so that we can move forward with something else. And what else is it? Well, it's to do with this operator thing. So the vibe is that when somebody selects a limit, you'll remember, we want this thing to stay at the equals here, you know. Now I do believe that we called that one init params builder. Do you remember that? Init params builder. And I'm gonna just click over here. So when we run this, you can see it's running init params builder. I don't know if I like this. So let me have a think here. We've got a thing that is the magic row, this element that we've done all of this work on. So what we could do is, we could, for init params builder, we could go like that, pass in the row. Now that should work. If we then go to init params builder, instead of passing in the table row ID, it's actually passing in the table row element. You know what I mean? Now let's see where init params builder gets called. Well, it should get called whenever we add a new row. So it does. And I'm going to just say console.log init params builder and a little return statement. And we're just going to make sure that that is happening here. So here we go. We're going to click. And you see how it says init params builder all day long. Now we're going to go a wee bit further. And we're going to console.log json.stringify table row element. So here we go. Let's try inner HTML. Here we go again. Ah, there we go. So at least it's getting the inner HTML, which is really, really cool, right? So now we're gonna let's get the ID. Get the ID of the table row. Now the way that we do that is we're going to say const table row ID, and it's going to be table row element ID, and I'm going to console.log table row ID, and we'll just say return. Okay, so let's save. We're going to click, and there you go. So we're getting all of those rows here. Now let's do this again. Perfect. That's good. That's really good. So now we've got the table row ID coming in here. So what we can do is on our selector here, we can say something like the following. We could have a little hash symbol. Then we could add on the table row ID. Then it would be a space followed by the key drop down. So query selector, there it is right there, okay. Now, let's see if that works. It'll be a frigging miracle if it does. So you can see that I can select all of these, but when I go to limit, oh, it's disabled. When I go to offset, it's also disabled. Back to the task title, it's enabled. And can you believe it? It's a touchdown for Chat GPT. It actually worked, which is something of a minor miracle, you have to say. I think that's fantastic. How cool is that? Now, hold on a minute. Ah, gee, that's a wee bit unfortunate. Just when I was, hang on, offset. Yeah, that's a wee bit unfortunate, isn't it? That one's not happening. Let's try. Just as I was about to crack open the champagne. Okay, let's just think here. So, if we do ID or something like task title, we can select anything. If we choose one of these, it goes to equals. Fine. Now, if we then choose something like complete, we can do anything. If we go to offset, right, okay. Now, I'm going to wager that this is probably, why is it saying is trusted true? Delete row. Okay, let's have a look at that. Console.log. There we go. All right, so we've almost got it working here. So do you see how it works for one row? But when we add other rows, it doesn't work. Now, why is that? It has to be something to do with this init params builder thing. So perhaps here we should say something like I don't know. Well, let's just try a wee experiment here. Let's console.log table row ID and we'll refresh. Now let's click in here and we'll do this. What the holy moly, hold on a minute. Console.log table row ID is table row ID. So table row ID is new params row 3. Table row ID is new params row 4. Let me think. Init params builder. Darn. I think we have to do event listeners again. I think that's the way to do this. So let me just go back here. And let me think here. Yeah, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this type of pattern here, which has been proven to work, you know, and we're going to say magic row. So magic row, and let's just say okay, I'm going to ask Chat GPT a question. Right. Can the following be used to... No. Let's try again. I have... Oh, gee. Okay, hold on. Right, let me just word my question here. Hold on. Okay. Okay, here we go. This is quite... okay. I would like to initialize init params builder after the following function has finished. I'd like to use an event listener for this, and I only want the event to be triggered once, i.e. when the function is finished. How can I achieve this? Now, if anybody's saying, what on earth do you mean? I don't even know. But let's see what it says. Let's see what it says. You can use the event target add event listener method to add event listener to this. Oh, I've never seen that. Event target once. That's new. So here's an example of a snippet that should achieve what you're looking for. Alright, now we're going a wee bit slow, unfortunately, here. I wasn't aware of the event once thing, I must admit. Alright, now unfortunately it is a wee bit slow here. I don't know what to tell you. How did the meeting go with the boss man? Terrible. It went terrible. Basically, I got fired at the induction. It could not have possibly gone worse. I mean, that's a bit harsh actually, but it was just a disaster. I made a message for the private members area, and I explain it all there. I did it this morning, actually. So check out the video. It's all there. And what a thoroughly miserable vibe it was. So basically what was happening is they were using Laravel. In fact, I may as well tell you. I'll tell you here. So what happened is I went to the induction thing, and there was 3 or 4 developers there who were, which is never a good thing actually, but in any event, they had been building this system that used Perl, Python, something else, and PHP. And the PHP guy had decided to use Laravel. And I had said, well, no, they'd never mentioned that they were using Laravel. And I had said, well, why did you choose Laravel, you know? I'm curious, like, you know, you do realise that Laravel gets rewritten more frequently than any other PHP framework. And so that sort of rustled their feathers a wee bit, I think. And I says, look, I'm just trying to understand what the reasoning was behind this, you know. And as we were talking, the PHP guy starts writing a private message to the other guy, and he did not know that I could see the screen. In fact, we all could see the screen. And he wrote in his private wee chat, don't worry, we're not going to change the version, with a wee winking sign. So the developers were all in collusion, and they had decided that they weren't having any of it. And I had no chance whatsoever. And unfortunately, that was it. So if anybody needs to hire a developer, please do give me a shout. I'm absolutely gutted, to be entirely honest. I'm really gutted, because this was a 90 grand a year job, you know. And I'm really, really quite gutted about it. Afterwards, the manager who was there got in touch with me. We had a chat privately, and she was cool, and believe it or not, she actually agreed with me. And she was like, you know, in 15 minutes you identified what the problem with this team is. And I was like, great. But of course, you can't expect her to go firing everybody because one guy shows up and raises hell, you know. So nobody is to blame. It was entirely unavoidable, I think. And sadly, it's just the way it goes, you know. Yeah, I'm pretty gutted. So that's what happened. So that's a real drag. Oh, totally. But do you know the funny thing, Chef? The minute I saw the guy writing the wee private conversation to his friend, I was done for. They had once again made up their minds before I had even written a single line of code. And the truth of the matter is, just to state the obvious, the only reason I was there in the first place is because they had fucked up. They had been working on an app for months and months. It was loaded with errors. And I was being called in to fix their mess. But if they're colluding to effectively say, don't worry, you're not going to change it with a wee winky face. Do you know what? I should have strung the conversation along and not let the guy know that I could see his screen. That would have been good. Better still, I could have recorded the screen. That would have been really good. That would have been fucking newspaper headlines. Can you imagine it? I mean, this is taxpayers' money hiring these people, you know? And it's really, really awful, you know? Anyway, let's get the idea of the table row. So we're going to say const table row ID equals event. Hang on, hold on a second. I think I'll chat to Chat GPT and just confirm something. When we have an event listener, a function that gets invoked by an event listener, and we're accepting an event as an argument. How do we get the ID of the parent node? Some of you folks will know how to do this. You're saying that I guess they wanted to fix as is rather than a rewrite. To be honest, it wasn't even that. I'm not being arrogant when I say this. It's just a fact, because I've been around the block and I know what's going on. They were intimidated because they had fucked up. They were taking too long. The app was too damn slow. It was full of bugs, and quite frankly, it was what we call a Frankenstein, which means too many technologies that shouldn't belong together all being used at the same time. Now, you can make Frankensteins work, but it's not desirable. And so what had happened is when I showed up, they didn't know me or anything, but clearly I was the kind of cleanup guy, and they didn't like it, and they decided, let's just get rid of this guy. So I literally caught them having a private conversation in the room. Everybody could see the dude's screen. I should have kept it running, and I should have recorded it, but that's what happened. And it's absolutely devastating. I mean, I've gone from literally having a 90 grand a year job, that's about $100,000 a year, to now looking around the room wondering what I can sell. It's just terrible, you know. But we move on, and this time will pass, you know. This time will pass. And at the end of the day, so it's event.target.parentNode.id. There you go. There's your answer. Okay, so we've called that table row ID there. We're going to just change the name of that to parent node ID. Yeah, I'm absolutely gutted, but I have to have faith. Do you know what I mean? That something good is going to come of this. Because one thing is for sure, love me or hate me, you cannot deny that I bust my friggin' ass. Do you know what I mean? You see this, what I'm doing right now? You see this shit that we're looking at on the screen? This is not work. This is like, you know, having a little break. So, anyway, magic row dot once is not a function. There you go. Chat GPT is just letting us down here. If I think about it too much, I'll be really gutted. I am actually pretty gutted the more I think about it, you know. The once method is not a native method it's a method on the target event interface, which is implemented by objects. Oh, geez. Here's an example. If I can only get this part nailed, then we can move on to the good stuff, you know. All right. So let's try that. That is some very, very unusual code there, you know. It's kind of a shame. I mean, if I think about this, I can really, really make myself quite depressed, you know. There's a whole bunch of things that I've found challenging, if I'm being honest. Now, the delete looks quite good there. Let's look at these IDs. So you can see we've got parent row 2, 3, 4. If we delete that, you can see the IDs are updating. Now let's try this thing. So here we can do that. If we choose the offset, oh, the limit, damn it. That's really annoying. That is really, really annoying. So let me look at this init params builder thing. Right, so if I do that, right, that is not being invoked anywhere in it params builder. Do you know what I mean? So let's take out this thing, this once true bullshit. Let's take that out. And we'll do this again. Oh geez, right, let's do a little click here. Okay, but we can't do click because it keeps repeating over and over again. So the only thing I can think of here is if we init params builder. So how is this going to work? I mean, Chat GPT has just failed. If anybody's watching saying, well, what happened to Chat GPT? The answer is, it failed. Failed miserably, don't you know? So, how about if we say, okay, here's an idea. Instead of this event listener bullshit, let's just say init params builder. And let's pass in the magic row. Okay, so we're just going to say magic row. So that's, let's look at init params builder now, right? Now this is taking in an element, actually a table row element. And so here we could say table row element parent node ID, save. Now let's see if we can do this right. Okay, let me just delete. Let me refresh. I'm going to do this again. So I can choose anything. When I choose something like limit, it goes to equals, it disables. And when I go off of it, it re-enables. Okay, that's cool. Now let's imagine that we then do another row. And we choose something like task title, like. But then we say offset. Ah, right, okay. So, limit. Yeah, so Chef here says it seems that as soon as a business or organization gets to a certain size, they no longer want options or different approaches. They just want to do what they're told. It's not even that real. It's even worse. Basically, the NHS is like a big juggernaut that employs probably millions of people, directly or indirectly. If anybody went into an organisation like that and went full Steve Jobs, made it all totally efficient and everything, then what would happen is it would be really efficient. They might save some money, but then tons and tons of people would get fired and the economy would crash. So the public sector's kind of weird, because unlike the private sector, where you get rewarded for things like speed, productivity, efficiency and innovation, in the private sector you actually get punished for those things. That's just a fact, you know. So this whole thing is it's not even a case of do what you're told. It's a case of shut the fuck up, because this is how we do things, and we're quite happy if it's fucked as long as we all stay in a job. And that's the goddamn truth, you know. We might as well just be quite honest about that. So there you go. There you go. Kind of a drag, eh? Kind of a drag. Don't know what else to tell you, man. Okay. Right. Now I'm going to copy. I'm going to copy what I've had. Let's just paste it in and see what it says, right? We'll see if we can get away with this. I'm building an API manager. Here's my code. Now, wouldn't it be great if it took that on board? Too long. Okay, we're not going to blame it for that. Let's try something else. Let's copy. We'll go into where the style definitions are. I would love it if I could just train the damn thing. Do you know what I mean? Now, wouldn't that be good? Okay. So let's copy that. And we'll just say you know what? Let's do a brand new chat. I'm building an API manager. Here's my code. Still too long. Alright, let's go for online code minifier. No. Okay, let's try again. New chat. Hi, I'm building an API manager. Here's my HTML. Let's break it down, right? So what we'll do is we'll take out all of the JavaScript and even all of the styling, right? Right, here we go. So we'll go like that. I'm building an API manager using PHP and JavaScript. Here's my HTML. Okay, here we go. How can I assist you today? All right, fine. Let's try again. I'm building an API manager. Here's my HTML. Does it look okay? Okay, cool. Okay. Oh, did I take out the closing main tag? What's it saying? How about the closing body tag? Yeah, they're there. Okay, let me do this again. Okay, let me do this once again. Okay, thanks. I'll show you the styling in a minute. First, does this seem okay? Alright, so we're training it up here, right? Okay, so now we're going to give it the CSS. Okay, great. Here's some CSS that I have just added before the closing body tag. Excellent. Okay, good. So we're back in the game, right? Now let's look at the JavaScript. Now I've added the following JavaScript onto the page before the closing body tag. Oh, jeez. All right, set. Right, let's see what that is doing. N set modal theme. the set modal theme function was included in the code. Here it is. Okay, I think we're all ready. You can do Shift and Enter to do a new line without submitting your message to Chat GPT. Test, Shift, Enter. I don't know what you mean. Anyway, the problem I have is that the, what's it called? Init params builder function appears to only work for the first row. To fix this, you can modify the function to accept a parameter representing the current row that's being right, okay. So you can now call init params builder for each row when you create the table, passing in the index of the current row. Alright, the problem with that is that reindex table rows potentially changes the table row IDs, which would break init params builder. You're right, it would do that. In that case, one approach would be to update inits to take the current row index as the parameter and modify the code accordingly. So when you call init params builder in the add row function, this is not working. I can feel it. I don't think it's going to work. Right, let me give you a summary of where we are, folks, okay? I don't think that Chat GPT can do this. And I've spent 3 days with this, and I think that we're going around and round in circles, quite frankly. Now, the good news is, if anybody out there has been worried that your jobs are going to be taken over by Chat GPT, I'm here to tell you that that's not going to happen. In fact, we're not even close to that happening. So you can all relax and raise a glass and celebrate, because you're not going to lose your jobs. Not now anyway. So that's the good news. For me, the bad news, or maybe it's good news, is that I'm done humouring this crap. I'm done with it. I think it's good for occasional things like little JavaScript functions and all of that, but I don't think it's in any way ready to do projects as complex as this thing. So what I'm going to do with your permission, folks, is I'm just going to take a short break, and then I'm going to rebuild this without Chat GPT. And what I think you'll find is going to happen, by the way, is that stuff is going to get done, you know. I think we'll be able to move forward and we won't have any of these stupid errors, and I'm confident that it's going to be a beautiful day still, even though we got off to a bad start, okay? So, would you be okay giving me just a few minutes? And when I come back, we'll tackle this program or this challenge without Chat GPT. If that sounds okay, give me an I in the room. Tony Robbins stole that from Scotland. Give me an I. I'm stealing it back. So give me an I, and we'll do the thing without Chat GPT, okay? Here we go. I'll be right back in just a few seconds. Alright then, so here we go then, let's do some real coding. And it's Ahoy to Mario who joins us as well, and one or two others. Adham in the house, we got Chef Stefan, Chris, hello Chris, BLK, we've got Arthur, Kyle, Christian, I apologise if I'm missing anyone, Eric was here earlier, and Camel Shores, what an interesting name. Alright. Let's do a little commit then. Okay, so let's just see if we can do this, right? Now the first thing I'll do is I'll imagine I've never looked at this in my life. And I'm just going to ask the question, well, what is wrong with this? As if I've never even seen it before. Now I can see that we've got these things here. Okay, that's reasonably cool. Okay, so do you see this thing here that does its magic? We have that happening so far with an event listener. And I reckon it should happen with something else. So do you see how we've got this init params builder here? Let's take this out. And instead what we're going to do is, quick question, Now, right, we're going to look at create key drop down. We're going to say, I have a JavaScript function that creates a drop down. We'll keep it simple, right? How do I improve the function so that do something gets invoked every time the selected value of the drop down changes? Now surely it can do that, right? There you go. So it's that. So let's just copy this. Let's now go right here, and you can see that that's where it kicks in, right? Now we've said do something, select value, and you can see that we're also taking in the selected value. Let's change it though. Let's have it so that it takes an event object and it passes in the event object plus the selected value. Now I'm going to do a wee function here called do something. And I'm going to just console.log selected value is selected value. And I'm going to say HTML is let's just say const target element is event.target. We're going to console.log target element outer HTML. Here we go. Let's test it. There you go. So you can see it's doing that, right? That's excellent. Good. I love it. I love it. Now, instead of calling do something, we are going to call we're going to call watch dropdown. We're going to go to a init params builder and we're going to rename it to watch dropdown, which goes like this. Now the parent node, let's just say const parent node, and I think we used this previously. It's the event.target.parentNode.id. Now we've also got this selected value here, and you can see that all over the place we're saying key dropdown.value. Do you see that? But suppose we took this out of here. Let me think. Hold on. Right, you see where it says this key drop down dot value? Let's change that so that we've got selected value. And we'll do the same here. So selected value there's our selected value happening. Now here we've got this inside an event listener, but we no longer need to do that. So let's do this. And again, I think we can really simplify this and just do that. I can probably even simplify this, but let's just try that and see what we got. So here we go. Now we're on task title. Okay, failed to query selector on document. It's not a valid selector. Alright, so let's think about this. Let's console.log parent node ID and hit return. Just take it nice and easy here. It does not have it. Okay, so let's just say key drop down is event.target. Something like that. And we'll try that. No joy. So let's try something else. Console.log key dropdown dot outer HTML. And I think I know what it is. Just as I thought, it's not the parent node, it's the ancestor node that happens to be a table row. So I have a select menu inside a TD. How can I get the ID of the Now, there's a way of doing this. I can't remember. Closest, that's what it is. Aye. It's that. It's that. That's the code right there. So where it says TR, you know what? I'm going to call it TR. I kind of like that name. So instead of parent node ID, it's TR ID. Let's see if we can do it that time. So new params row 2, new params row 3. Now we're going to delete. Perfect. That's really, really great. So we've now got that, right? I think it's that. Oh. Okay. Looks like we don't even do anything with that. So that would be a hash symbol. Then in here we would add in TRID. I think that's it. It's good. So that works. Got it. Haha, it works. We got it. We got it. We got it. Who needs Chat GPT? There you go. Thank you very much indeed. So it would appear that Chat GPT is good for simple things, but not great for complex things. Your jobs are safe, I think we can safely say. Alright, nice. I'll do a wee commit now. Get commit watch drop down. Thank you, thank you. Function now working. So limit offset and order by is behaving as it should. There you go. All right, thank you, Stefan. God bless you, man. I appreciate that energy. Thank you very much, Kyle. My self-esteem needs all the help it can get, man. God bless you, my friend. God bless you. What a great bunch of people we have here. All right. So, that's kind of good, right? We've now got that working. So what are we going to do next? Well, let's let's just look at our to-do list here. And you can see that all of that work takes that off of the list here. Thank you, BIK man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Right, so what we got now, we've got get URL segments working, get submit button working, get response body working, blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's leave the documentation at the bottom of the list. We're certainly not going to be doing that right now. In fact, let's just do that. Now here we've got get URL segments working. And then we've got get submit button working and displaying the output from the server. Get copy response working, get copy response header working. Believe it or not, I reckon these are the easiest three things. Now I don't know if that means I should do them first or last, but these are certainly the easiest of the three things. I think I'm going to get the submit button working, right? Let's just do that. So if we head up here, I'll do a get request, right? And we'll keep the console open. Now can you see, if we do an inspect here, we've got this submit button and it's got an ID of submit -btn, right? So let's head in to our API Explorer. Now we do have the original one, by the way, which has got submit request. I kind of quite like that. So let's do exactly the same thing here. It's nice and simple, right? So yeah, we're gonna say on click is submit request. So that means that we should now be able to go into our JavaScript here and chuck in a little function, submit request, and we'll just alert. So if we refresh and hit this, you see we've got a wee alert that says submit this. Now even if we go to this one, submit this every time, every time. Now, one of the things that we're going to do here, do you see how we've got this URL segments and then we've got required HTTP type and all of that? So that is what we're going to figure out how to do next. So if we look for request type, well, let's see, have we any variables we could use actually? Okay, it seems to me that we've got a thing called current endpoint here. So what we'll do is a little console.log json.stringify current endpoint, and let's just see what current endpoint has for us. So we click, we're going to hit submit, boom, and there you go. Now do you see how it says URL segments API get tasks? Okay, so what we can do with that is we can say the following. Let's have const base URL is base URL, and then we're going to say const target URL. Now that is going to be the base URL, adding on current endpoint, and as you can see we've got URL segments. So if I go like that, URL underscore segments, and I'm going to just console.log target URL, we should now have a little console that tells us where we're going to. Boom, do you see it? So API get tasks, and in fact We can even open it up and look at that. It works in everything. Pretty cool, pretty cool. So, the next thing that we're going to do is let's get the request type. Now, once again, you can actually see the request type right there. So I'm going to say const request type, and it's going to be current endpoint request underscore type. Now in PHP, we've got get request, put request, and delete request. So we're going to say the following: if request type, in fact, I'm going to do a double if with an and. I'm going to say if request type does not equal get and request type does not equal get. Why not? It doesn't do any harm, right? So if it doesn't equal those things, then the request type, I'm going to make this a let, then let request type is going to be post. Otherwise, let request type is going to be get. Okay, so if we happen to have a post request, we are going to build params JSON object, but we'll figure that out later. On the other hand, let's build up the HTTP request object. Now the code here is a wee bit tricky. You're all going to think I'm a genius, but remember, I've done this millions of times, so I can remember that const HTTP is new XML, you miserable thing, new XML HTTP request, http.open request type. Where are we going to go? The target URL. Then we're going to say http.setRequestHeader, and it's going to be content type application/JSON. Then we're going to say http.send, and then http.onload. That's going to give us a function, and then I'll just say console.log http.status http response text. So now we're going to refresh, and if we click, can you see how that's returned that, and it's given us the status, which is super cool. It's super cool, you have to admit. Now, the response here is going to go inside this thing. And kind of a bit annoyingly, we've got two server responses here, both of which have got these IDs going on, you know. So what I think we'll do with that is we'll give this one an ID of server response 1. Maybe this one is going to get an ID of server response 2. Or if we want to be even cooler, we could say SR text area attribute class equals server response text area. and then we add that down here. So now they've got the same classes going on, you know. If I then look at these things here, you should see that we've got a class. There it is. So what we're then going to do is the following. When we submit a request, we're going to say display response, and we're going to pass in http.status and http.response text. We're going to say display response status response text. Now for this we're going to say const response text areas is document get elements by class name. That's the name of the class. We're going to loop through them. So here we go. If we now hit submit, boom, do you see how it's just populated this? I'll do it again. So let's refresh. Gonna hit get, submit, boom, there you go. That's fantastic. Excellent. Now another thing that we're going to do is we're going to add in a little status thing. I've done this before and I'll show you what it looks like. So if we go here and maybe head over to this jobs thing here. Alright, now if I go like this, do you see how we've got this server response and then it says 404 unauthorized? This is what we're talking about, you know. So going back to our own one, what we want to do is on the right hand side of server response, exactly like we've got here actually, we are going to have a little span called HTTP status code. So let's do that. So we're looking for server response. It's the text areas, right? And where it says form label is server response, we're adding in a little span that's going to have probably a class equal to HTTP status code, and we'll do that. Okay, so here we go, and we're going to do that for both of them. There you go. So now when we display the response, what we're going to do, const status else equals document get elements by class name. There's the class name, and we're going to do a loop here. We're going to loop through each of the status elements, and we're going to just say inner HTML equals status. So let's just try that. So as we click get, I'm going to submit. Do you see how it says status 200 right there? Now I think that we can do a wee bit better than that, because if we look at our thing here, you'll see that it says things like unauthorized and it changes color and stuff like that. So let's see if we can figure out how that works. Okay, so do you see how we've got status codes? Here they all are. Here they all are. Okay. Have to be careful. Alright. Okay, so we'll go to Chat GPT for this and we'll say I have an array of HTTP status codes in JavaScript. Can you please beautify this and make sure the code is okay? Alright. Come on. Is it gonna happen? This is really cool, isn't it? It's a shame it's not going faster, but you know, we're okay, we're okay. Okay, cool. So we've got green. Right, cool. It's a shame we have to wait. I don't know what to do, you know, just only a few more to go though. Nearly there. There's only 3 more to go. Last one. Or second last one. Alright, nice. I made the following changes. Changed var to const for better variable scoping, added line breaks to make it more readable, removed unnecessary quotes around the property names. Perfect. So that's excellent, right? Now, let's go back here. And we'll go like that. You know what? I'm not sure if I like that there, but we'll just keep it there for now. So what I'm going to now say is thanks. Now I would like you to imagine that there are two elements on our page with the following HTML code. So it's span. Now what was the name of it? Anybody remember? This. Okay. So now I'd like you to imagine that there are two elements on a page with the following HTML code. I'd like you to also imagine that an HTTP request has been submitted and the request returns a value of status. This value will always be an integer that represents the HTTP response code. Can you write a JavaScript function that accepts a status code as an argument and then adds the status code plus a text description of what the status code means? I would like you to use our HTTP status codes to achieve this. Also, if a response is within the 200 if a response status lies between 200 is greater than or equal to 200 and less than 300, I would like the text to be green. Otherwise, I would like it to be purple. Okay, so I reckon I could have wrote that faster than I typed the question, but let's see how it does. Okay, so let's try it. So we're going to our API Explorer here. We're obviously going to submit request. That's taken in a response. We've got display response working there. So we're then going to call in update HTTP status and we're going to pass in the status. Let's give it a try. So if we do a GET request, hit submit, boom, 200, okay. Doesn't that look fantastic? It actually worked. Who would have thought that? Now, let's imagine that the status was not 200. For example, let's imagine that the status was 404. In fact, I'll just hard code it in, right? So we'll say 404, save, we're going to hit get, here we go, boom, not found. Oh, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. I'm loving that. I'm really loving that. Okay, so that worked. Now, one of the questions that's on my own mind here is, does it update both of those status things? Let's say it does. So in that case, it says 401. I don't know why it's not giving me what we want there. Anyway, we'll worry about that later on. I'll just call that thing done. Might not be perfect, but it's close enough, right? So now we've got get copy response body working. In fact, I'll take a wee commit here. Get add all, get commit now updating HTTP status description after requests are sent. Alright, pretty cool, pretty cool. So what's next? You know what? I think I will make sure it works. So if we look at this thing, I think that this is wrong. Now let me show you something. If we hit return, go like this, you can see that that's saying status 200. You have to wonder, where is that coming from? Oh, it's here. It's here. So what we're going to do then is let's copy this. And here we're taking our status elements. Right, let me go like this. Okay, so this part, the status elements, that part, the text content is that, then we change the style color, then we do that, then we can take this out. Okay, hold on a minute. Perfect. Now let me close. Let me try this one now. Perfect. That's now working. And in fact, we don't even need this anymore. Alright. Nice. Very nice. Okay, so you can see that it's given us the response. And it's given us the response. It's really, really great, isn't it? Okay, get add all. Get commit I'll just say correction. Alright, not bad. Not bad, folks. I have to say, I think that we're doing pretty darn good. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is, I think, Okay, we've got get copy response body working. So thank you, Camel Shores. Bless you, man. I appreciate that. So let's get this copy response body working here, right? How did we do it in the past? Let's have a wee look and see. So we had a thing called copy text, and I think that that's what we should get here. So let's look at copy response body. ID is that, class equals that, and I'm going to say on click is assigned to copy text, something like that. Now let's head to where the script lives. Actually, I'll have this one near the bottom, just gotta have it out the way, you know. So say function copy text. Now what this is going to do is it's going to look at this server response thing. We can actually take an ID like this one. I wonder if we have two of those. I have to just make sure about this. Give me a wee second here. So that's saying ID is server response. Oh, that's the old one. Hang on. This is the new one. Ah, there we go. So we're going to take this little beauty here. So we'll say const server response element is document get element by ID. There it is right there. Now I am going to console.log the server response element value. I just want to make sure that we have this. So here we go. We're going to submit. Let's click this now. And that's perfect. Question is, does it work when we do one of these ones? Let's give it a try. So we go like that. We hit copy. And there you go. It's absolutely perfect. Okay. Now, this is a good one for Chat GPT. We're going to say, I have a function that reads a value from a text area. Can you improve the function so that it copies the value from the text area to the user's clipboard, effectively copying the content from the text area. Alright, here we go. Shouldn't be too difficult, this. Perfect. Alright. So here we go. We're going to change our copy text thing. And let's just test it out now. So if we refresh, I'm going to go like this. Submit. Then I'm going to copy response body. It says copied to clipboard. Now, we'll open up a file, paste, and there you go. Now, if we do it here, you'll see that it says copied the text. I think we'll do the same type of vibe here. So let's just say alert server response copied to clipboard. That'll do us. So if we do that, invalid token, copy, server response, copied to clipboard. And now, if we just paste in here, there you go. And that's another thing off of our list. Aren't we having a good day, folks? I mean, well, maybe I'm not, but as far as this thing goes, I think we're doing alright, you know? Alright, nice. Very nice. Okay, we'll just keep on going, you know? Just keep on going. Or will I grab a break? How long have we been coding for here? 2.5 hours? Yeah, man, I'll grab a wee break. I'm gonna get a wee black coffee. Would you like a coffee? How'd you like your coffee? 1 sugar? 2? Something like that. Anyway. Let's see how we're doing here. Is it a good day? Is it a good day? We had 762, 761. So somebody added a star, then changed their mind. Yeah, that kind of sums up the day I've had, actually, now that I think of it. That seems about accurate, you know. Alright, well, I'm going to take a wee break for just a minute or two, just to rest. I'm not on anything here, you know. I'm coding straight. There's no modafinils or anything here. Just me. So, I'll grab a wee break for a couple of minutes. I'm going to just check my emails and just see if anything's come in. So stay cool and I'll be right back, okay? Alright, I'm just writing a little email here, which I'm gonna let you listen to. Maybe not read, but here we go.
Hi, just to say, thanks for having me along today. I'm grateful. It's a shame that it went the way that it did. However, I think the private conversation that those developers were having demonstrated, very clearly, what I was up against. Clearly, their app is loaded with bugs and they are far behind where you would like them to be. Instead of owning that and being open to the idea of change, they are literally sending messages with little winking faces, assuring each other that they are not going to change. Not only is that kind of conduct unethical, it speaks volumes about the standards of work that they are producing. Clearly, they are not willing to change and they are hostile to the idea of a guy like me appearing and making things work. I believe that adding more chefs to the kitchen will not help in this instance. I've been around the block enough times to know how this all ends. When this reaches the inevitable conclusion that it will reach, I'd like for you to know that I'm here for you. I'm not the best developer in the universe, but I am on first name terms with some of the
Alright, and I'll just stop the email there. I don't want to go into too much detail. So, yeah, I had an induction thing today and it went really badly. So, I'm just going to send an email off to them and just let them know that I'm here if they need me, you know. So, what happened is at the induction, one of the developers sent a private message to us saying, "Don't worry, we're not changing the version," with a winking face. And they're just botching up the app, and it's taxpayers' money, and it's just terrible, you know. So that's what happened. And I'm just sending a little email. I'll only be a minute or two, and then I'll be right back, okay? Well, hello folks, welcome. I apologise for going a wee bit quiet there. I wanted to send an email to that organisation and sort of basically keep the door open, you know, because I think it's a good thing to do, and I think that they've got a team of complete deadwood, quite frankly, and I think, you know, why not? Why not keep the doors open? Because the team are going to get fired anyway. I mean, it's inevitable, right? We know how this kind of thing ends. So I take the viewpoint, why not be friendly? Why not? Why not, you know, take the trip and all of that stuff, and hopefully something good will come of it. So I was writing an email there, and I wanted to just make sure that I had everything right. You know, that was basically it. So that's just about me. I'll just pour myself a black coffee and then we'll get started again. I see I've lost all of my audience, but Coco's here. Hello, Coco. Hello, wee Coco. She just ran away. Oh, gee, that's the way it goes. Anyway, I think that this is looking really good now. I'm happy with it. And in fact, I don't know if I'll finish it today, but I certainly don't think I'll need 7 days, and we are going to get something done here. So I'll just super quickly, I'll just pour myself a wee black coffee. I'll make sure Coco's okay, and then we will continue, okay? So I know that I'm playing music and it's a bit boring. Look, I'm literally just walking to the kitchen, okay? So don't worry about it. I will be right with you in just a few minutes, okay? I do hope you're having a good day, whatever you're doing. It's such a pleasure to have you here. Isn't it good how we can do this? We don't have to code alone anymore. That's right. We can all be part of the same happy coding family. All right, I'll be right back, okay? Alright kids, so I apologise for all of the faffing about there, but shall we see if we can do anything with this? Okay, now I'm seeing that the pop-up here is a wee bit of a downer in it. It seems, to me at least, it seems as if the margin here is a bit on the high side, you know? And I'm seeing a thing here that says margin top 12 VH. Now if we change that, you can see that it goes higher. So what we could do is we could say I actually don't even know how to change that, if I'm being entirely honest. Let's have a think here. So if we open, now let's have a look here. That's calling open modal, but open modal is part of app.js, which lives inside here. And you can see that we've got this modal ID thing going on here. And you can also see right here that it sets the margin top to 12 VH, which is a bit of a downer. So what do we do? Well, here's what we could do. We could say margin top is null. Then we could go here, and we could do one of those ternary operators, and we could say margin top. Well, if there's no margin top, then 12 VH. So that is going to make it behave just the same as it always does. Ah, okay, so how about console.log, let's say type of margin top. Can you believe this? Oh, I forgot a comma. So if we do that, it seems to be saying here object. Let's just console.log margin top, and it says null. So what we could do then is we'll say if the margin top is equivalent to null, then we'll make it this 12 VH. Otherwise, we'll make it equal to whatever the margin top is. So now if we click this, it behaves as normal. But if we go back to our API Explorer and let's assume that we look at this open modal thing here, which actually appears in a couple of different places. So what we could do is we could add on a little something like 3VH, you know. And what that's going to do is when we now click this, you'll see it's higher up, which is exactly what we want. Something like that. Now I can probably make it, maybe not 3, how about Maybe we'll go with like 4. Yeah, something like that's quite good. Or maybe even 5, you know? Yeah, that's kind of good. That's kind of good. So now, as we do these things, you'll see our scroll thing kicks in. Looks quite good. And I think that that's awesome, actually. I really, really like that. Okay. So that's that, right? So I might as well do a wee commit here. I'll say git add all git commit added margin margin top as a second argument onto app.js. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Now, what else? Well, I suppose another thing that we should do just to prove that it works let me take this one out of here. So what that means is that when I open the default model, you'll see it goes down quite a bit. See how there's a gap? But when I open this one, it's much higher up. And that was really just me proving that it works. It's no big deal. Okay, good. Alright. Now let's have a wee look at the to-do list. Isn't this page looking beautiful, by the way? I think this is looking really great. So let's have a look at the old to-do list, see how we're doing here. Now you can see it says get response header values working, get URL segments working, and then we're on to the good stuff. You know, the business end of this. And we may use Chat GPT for that stuff, I don't know yet. So, oh,
Hello, Moto.
give me a wee second, folks. Well, I apologise for that. It was actually my mum. I was giving her a wee update on what happened earlier on. What an absolute joke, do you know what I mean? But anyway, let's not complain. It's all for the greater good, and as Rambo said at the end of First Blood, nothing is over. Now, for anyone just joining us, we're building an API thing here. I am going to be using this for the Trongate framework, but I could actually use this for anything you like, you know? It's basically going to be a little API explorer. I've done this before, but this one is going to be following industry standards. And the idea was to use Chat GPT, and it started off a really substantial to-do list. But I think we've actually made some incredible progress here, truth be told. So, what are we going to do? Let's just continue. I mean, even if I get these two things done, that would be good, right? So we'll keep on moving forward and see how we go. Now, I don't know if I'll finish this today, but I think I'll have it finished within about 3 days tops, I reckon, from now. But here we go. We're going to get the response header section working. Now, to give you an idea of what that means, let me just show you. So do you see how we've got a thing here? This is an old one that I made. Now, if I click on display response header values, it shows us all of the, funnily enough, it shows us the response header values. Let me show you that again. So we tick it, and if we submit, we get all of this information here, okay? So that's what we're talking about here. Now the question is, how does this thing work? Well, let's cheat and we'll just see what it does. So I'm going to inspect here. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm going to do about 2 hours more live streaming, just so you know. So you can see there that it's got on click is display headers. Okay, pretty cool, pretty cool. So let's look for the word in our API Explorer. Let's look for the word display. Now there it is, display response header values. This is a checkpoint, and we're going to add in an on click. So we're going to pass in an array. We're going to say on click, and when on click happens, it's going to be display header, actually just display headers. There you go, right? Now, let's head to where the JavaScript lives. I've got this pretty much happening all on one page. But let's just go maybe around about here. Actually, let's go downstairs. Down here. And we're going to say function, display headers, console.log. There you go. Favorite movie quotes to keep you interested. Now, if we go back to the one that we're on, we'll open up the console and we're going to click submit. And then we're going to click copy response. Well, we know that works. It's this. Display header values. And do you know what? It ain't even working. Let me see here. Oh, it's this one. Alright, that's not looking too great, unfortunately. So, it seems to me that we've possibly got 2 of these things. Now, let me just see here. Inspect. Bypass auth. I have no clue what just happened there. So let me just try this again. Display response header values. There are 2 of these. So let's give them reasonable names, like display header values 1 maybe. Let's keep the thing not checked. And then we'll have display header values maybe 2. Again, not checked. I'll do an underscore to keep this consistent. Alright, now you can see that we've got our on click happening here. So again, we'll do that. So we're going to refresh. Ah, that's the day we're having. Right, hold on. I actually don't entirely know why that never worked. Let me do a little X here. Okay, so we know that this is the one that we're on. So again, I'll pass in an array on click assigned to whatever. Now, if we bring up this console here, it's as if we're not even able to make this thing happen. So what do we do with that? Well, let's look up this form checkbox thing. So you can see that this says attributes is null. It looks as if it's calling form radio. Now, let me just echo the name with a die statement. So if we view the page source here, so the name is display header values 1, that's fine. So let me do a little JSON on the attributes so we can see what we're working with here. Now, interestingly, it's saying null. Null, do you see that? So, let's see here. So form checkbox, we do have attributes. Let's just try JSON attributes true here. Nothing. Okay, let me echo name. So display header values 1. So it's here. Now Now the second field. Oh, that's what it is. So checked is going to be true or false. So I've done it wrong. So the third argument, right, I've got you. If you look at the thing, we do name, value, then checked. So checked would be probably another 0 or else false. Then we do the attributes. That's right. So if we now refresh, have a little look at the code. Don't forget to smile. So let's see if we've got these attributes happening here. There's the attributes. That's what we're talking about. Good. Good. Now, all of this is calling up this form radio thing. Let's look at form radio again. So form radio is here. We're going to save, refresh. Now let's just refresh the page. Now we're going to right click and inspect. And you can see that it says on click is display blah 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 blah. Now if we had gone into our API Explorer and given this a value of true, this would have been checked, as you can see. So everything here works. This framework is totally solid. Everything is good. So we're going to just go like that. And of course the name of the thing is not going to be display. I think it's display headers. Let me just double check. It's display headers. Aye, exactly. So we just say on click is display headers. Now we'll test this out with this little beauty here. So if we go like this and then tick this, you can see that it runs. Okay, pretty cool, pretty cool. Brilliant. That's really excellent, you know. So now we're going to take this one and we're going to chuck this right down here. We'll call it display header values 2 just because we can. And so now you can see on the top left that it's kicking off. And if we click it here again on the top left, boom, every time it's working. Good. Right. Now, how does this work on the actual live site? Well, let's inspect here. You can see that we've got a paragraph with an ID of header info. If we refresh and then right click and inspect, you can see that that paragraph is here, but there's nothing there. So let's copy this outer HTML and we're going to look for the bit that says now, where on earth is it going to go? It's actually just underneath each of these checkboxes. So let's just have a look here. This is a div. This I'm kind of struggling to see. So that's that. Why have I got two closing divs here? Why on earth did I do that? Oh, it's because of this, right, this additional prefs thing. Okay, that's fine. In that case, we're going to go in here and we're going to echo a little thing like that. And that's going to have our header info. Now I'm going to make this a class of header info. And we're going to do the same thing here. Well, around about here. So now we've got these paragraphs that say header info, right? If we then reload this and click there, nothing much happening. But stay cool, because here's what's going to happen. I'm kind of curious about something. If we go to the original one, have a wee refresh. Now, I'm going to right click and inspect, and I bet you that when I do this query, this populates. Maybe not. But it does now. Okay. Jeez. So what does display headers do? What is that actually doing? Let's see if we can cheat and have a look. Okay, I'm going to call upon Chat GPT here. We'll have a wee refresh, and I'm going to say somewhere in this code there is a JavaScript function called display headers. Can you extract the function and beautify it for me? There you go. Pretty cool, right? So we're now looking at our display headers thing. And as you can see, it takes our header info, but we're going to do something a wee bit different. We're going to say const header info elements is document get elements by class name, and that's going to be header info. That's what it's called. Now we're going to loop through it. Header info elements, and we're going to say dot inner HTML equals, now let's do one of those ternary operators, right? So we're going to say if is checked is true, then we'll just say header info, otherwise an empty string. Pretty cool. Now this this header info is not much use, so I'm going to just say checked vibe for the moment, not checked vibe, so that we can just see this working, you know. So let's just do that, and we're going to refresh here. Let's grab this, let's tick, Cannot read properties of null. Okay. So okay, so let's look at that thing. Now, here we've got display header values 2, and up here we've got display header values 1. Now, on our display headers, I'm going to pass in an ID, and isChecked is get element by ID. Let's have a wee look at the... Now, hold on a second. Let me look at display headers. Okay. I think we should maybe give these things an ID, you know that? Yeah, let's just do that. Now this is PHP, so let's just say checkbox attribute, and we'll say ID equals display header values 1. For the purposes of remaining consistent, we'll keep this as hyphens here, you know. Okay, so there's our ID. Then we're going to say checkbox attribute on click equals, and we will chuck in this little beauty here. Something like that. Maybe we can even chuck in the display headers 1 thing here. Maybe we can even do that, you know. Couple of little backslashes, make it all work. There you go. Now that means that where it says this stuff here, we can simply say checkbox attribute. Now I don't think we've got any other checkbox attributes, so that should be good. Let's now head to the second one. We'll go like that. Now this is the same type of vibe, except the ID is 2. So now we're going to go back to display headers. This time we know that it's taken in a checkbox ID. That's basically what we're getting, right? So we say document get elements by ID, and we're passing in the checkbox ID. There you go. And let's just save. We're going to refresh now. 116. It's alright. It's a semicolon, I can feel it. Might be that. Is that what it is? No. Ah, geez, you know what? Time to get Chat GPT to work. Can you please tell me why this is producing a syntax error? Alright, thank you Stefan, I appreciate that. Come on. There's a syntax error in the following line. Oh, I've got an extra parenthesis. I never even knew it. So that's what it was. I wonder if any of you saw that. You know what? Let's just do this the cool way. Take that out. Take that out. Okay, here we go. So now I'm going to just do that. Oh, and look at that. Checked vibe. Not checked vibe. Now if we click on this, you can see it says not checked vibe, and if we tick on it, checked vibe. So that is fantastic. That's exactly what we need. Now that's great, just great. So let's look at display headers once more, and I'm going to try something else here. I'm going to say style background color is pink. I just want to see the thing, do you know what I mean? So here we go, we're going to tick. Okay, now unfortunately that's really small. So this div right here, this should have a width of 100%. That's what we should do, and also text align center. So let's have a wee look at display header values. Now it's right here. So let's just say I'll just say class is full width text left, and we'll make a little style up right on the page here. Now hold on a minute. Alright, so let's head downstairs, maybe go to the styling section. Here we go. So we're going to say dot full width, and I'll just say width is 100%. Okay, so here we go. There, oh, you miserable thing. Okay, so it's underneath additional prefs. This is a frigging downer. Ah, jeez. Okay, 1 minute. Hang on. Right. Jesus, where is it? I don't understand why I'm not able to see if I inspect here. Well, I'm confused. So let's do a horrible background colour here. Okay, let's do a very miserable border. Alright. Now this thing here that says checked. Now this is display type of flex. I think that's the answer. Okay. So let's look at that. So we're talking about the thing that says it's this header info thing, and I reckon that should probably go maybe here. Let's try that. No. I'm just getting the knots here. I think I must be a wee bit tired, you know. That's what I'll blame it on. Alright, back to square one with this. Okay. So, header info elements I dot style dot background color is pink. Now, do you see this thing here? Let me try a wee experiment, will you? Is that going to expand with the text? Place your bets. It does expand with the text. Well, that's certainly a game changer, because that means that Alright, so what we can do then is have a look at our style stuff, and we're simply going to say header info, text align left. So now if we go like this, there, oh you miserable thing. Maybe I should add important on this. Try again. There you go. Now let's try the other one. Okay, so we'll do this not checked vibe thing. Not checked vibe. Might as well, might as well. So if we go like that, big old bunch of text. Now the question is, will it hold its shape here? That's really good. Now if we go to this one, perfect. It's absolutely perfect. So I like it. So now we know that this thing is good. Now if we are checked, if the thing is checked, we're gonna display the header info. I think that's how it worked in the past, you know. So if we go back here, yeah, so you can see that we've got a thing called header info here. Now we don't have a header info in our code, so let's go right upstairs here. And how about if we just say let header info, and I'll make it just an empty string, you know. Now the next thing that we're going to do is when we do our request, so if we say submit request, we have to somehow get this header info. So what I'm going to do for that one is head back to the original, view the page source, and I'm going to look for header info. Okay, now okay, so there you can see that the header info was an empty string previously. Ah, now look at this. We've got response headers. Now where the heck do we get them from? Let's see if we can figure that one out. Okay, cool. So, I think I'm going to have to call Chat GPT for this one, because unfortunately the JavaScript is basically impossible to read here, you know. So okay, so I'm going to copy that out of HTML, and then we're going to say I have some JavaScript that does an HTTP request. I also have a paragraph actually 2 paragraphs with a class of. Now, what's the paragraph class? Header info. Okay, I have some JavaScript that does an HTTP request. I also have 2 paragraphs, each with a class of blah 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 blah. When my HTTP request is sent, I run HTTP .onload equals what code do I need to add to my onload event so that the 2 target paragraphs contain header information similar to this. In this kind of format. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, now let's just improve this even further. We're going to say thanks. Now let's assume I have a variable declared at the top of my JavaScript as follows. How can I have it? How can I improve the onload event so that all of the HTML displaying the header information is assigned to header info, leaving the for loop in a position where it can assign the inner HTML for each paragraph accordingly. I'm not very good at explaining this thing or talking to this. Alright, here we go. Interesting. Now that went a way over. But that's okay. So let's just copy this. Then we're going to go to our submit request. Here it is right here. Now you can see that that's saying display response. But of course, the other thing that we're going to do is this. Okay. Can you break this down into more than one line so that it's easier to read? Good. So now we're going to copy that. We're going to go like that. Little indentation. Tidy up here. And how about if we move this higher up in the code? Maybe chuck it here. Then we are gonna okay, so now we're going to go to the display headers section. And you can see that what we're doing there is we're basically just going to add on the header info. So if we go like this, something like that, I think you'll find that that works perfectly. So here we go. Damn. Oh, I see the typo. So, there you go. Alright, so here we go. So if I do that, everything is cool, but if I tick that, there's our header info here. Now, let me inspect this little beauty. So see how it's saying P font weight bold header values? Alright. So what we're going to do with that is let's just add in a little class of text left. No. Maybe do it this way. That's right. Okay, now see this business of populating it? That should happen regardless of whether or not the thing is ticked. Do you know what I mean? So when we go display headers here, I've just realized this. I reckon that if we look at display headers 654, display headers, right? Let me think. Let me have a think here. Okay, what we could do is think here. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Right, let me have a look here. So this is submit request. We've got these request types. Now, okay, what we could do is on this here, I think I'm going to just console.log the request type for a moment. Hold on. Just want to make sure I've still got it. So it's saying get. Post. Okay, get, post, put, delete. Alright. So let's just say I think that regardless of what the request type is, we should populate the headers. Do you know that? That's the obvious thing to do. So let's just go like this. Okay, so let's just chuck this in. Alright, that's cool. Alright, so right around here, I'm going to say populate the header info paragraphs. So we're going to populate those things regardless of what happens. Now, let's look at these header infos in a bit more detail. Here they are. Now I'm going to say style equals display none. Okay. So then on display headers, and I've got it now. So what we do now is we say dot style dot display equals, now if it's checked, the display type is going to be blocked. Otherwise, no, pardon me, this is going to be blocked. Oh, pardon me. If it's checked, the display type is blocked. Jeez. Otherwise, the display type is none. Right, I reckon that's going to work. So I'm clicking this. We cannot. Okay, now we're getting a wee is checked thing not defined here. Okay, one moment. Okay. So if I do that, nearly there. Let me console.log is checked. Something about that's no working right, and I can't get my head round what it is. I might have done too many hours today, do you know that? Okay, Cuckoo is in the house, and so's Geeta. Nice to see you, nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. What a day I've had, folks. You would not believe it. Did I tell you what happened at the induction thing? You would not believe what happened. Anyway, what can you do? I'm not gonna... I mean, I'm really going to try hard not to rant or anything because, you know, we don't know what other people are going through, and I'm still alive. I'm still here. And as Michelle Obama says, when they go low, you go high. As she said during the failed campaign. Anyway, how is everybody doing? Are you having a good day? I certainly hope you are, folks. I certainly hope you are. This is all a wee bit miserable, innit? It's all just a bit miserable, and I don't quite get why the logic's not there. So if we go like this, and we submit, now why, oh why, is it saying is checked is not defined? Tell you what. Where is it getting that from? So inside here. I forgot to say const. That was today's deliberate mistake of the day. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was just making sure that you were all paying attention, you know. You miserable swine. Let's ask Chat GPT what's going on with that. Why am I getting an error that says it's not defined in the current scope? That's being used on onload. That's what I was just thinking. I knew that. Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes that kind of thing, 993, sometimes it does seem a wee bit temperamental, doesn't it? Anyway. So there we're going to have is checked as false. We'll go to 993. So here we are right around here. And so we're not going to say const is checked. We're going to go like that. And this should all work just perfectly. Here we go. So if we click submit, no big deal. Oh geez, that's the wrong darn thing. Hang on. Here we go. So if we do that, hit submit. I don't know why it's saying paused in debugger. I wish the debugger would bugger off. Hide debugger. Ah, jeez. In Chrome, I seem to be running into an issue where everything is being paused by the debugger. How can I switch that off? If you have breakpoints set in your code to resume execution, oh, give me a break. Why is it saying paused in debugger? I don't get that. This is the thing that I just don't want in life, you know? And again, I've never seen that happen in my life. Why is that? Click on the Sources tab, then look for the Pause Exceptions button. Oh, give me a break. Well, look at this, task 663. I actually don't even know if that is my own code that's causing that to happen. Or if it's their code. Oh, what a downer. It keeps on switching on this stupid debugger. Well, well, well. I know. A hard reload. I must have clicked something by accident. It just keeps on doing it, look. Oh man, that is the most annoying feature ever. Disable breakpoint. Remove breakpoint. Oh, could that be it? Ah, there you go. I must have added on some stupid feature that nobody needs. Alright, cool. Okay, good. So, let's go like this. Now you can see that when we click this it says it is, and it gives us this thing. When we hit submit, there's our header values. I don't understand what it is that changes the header values there. So let's try a wee experiment. I think it's called header info, right? Let's do a little set interval. And every second we're going to console.log header info. And let's see what that does. So you can see header info is empty. Then when we go like that, so now we've got header info. If we click this, the header info has not been populated. At least not there. So none of those header infos are being populated there. And if we look at our console.log, you can see that it absolutely knows what the header info stuff is. So let's go to submit request here. Oh, now look at this. We've got a stupid thing here. So we just should have said that the inner HTML is header info. That's it. Fixed it. Oh, you were watching it, Giro. What did you think of that? What did you think of that, Giro? Giro, I'm saying O, gear. Maybe we should say Giro. You have an O there. It's a good old vibe, you know. We can all tune into that, I'm sure. But what did you think of it, man? Wasn't that something? I certainly thought it was an interesting little vibe, you know. I think that's it. Yeah. Kinda mad, eh? Kinda mad. Now, unfortunately, that's no working. But funnily enough, our header info, this is not being displayed inside header info, which is really weird. But if we go to this one, let me tell you, man, I was gutted. I was really gutted. I thought it was going to be a good gig, you know, but what can you do? There was nothing, I mean, there really was, and I would insist, there was nothing that I could have done there. Call me a loser if it makes you feel good, but I'm really quite clear about that, you know? Alright, so there's another wee error here, and it's a stupid error. If I look at header info, okay, so do you see how that says style is display none? Yeah, I'm really in trouble here, so I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm done worrying about it, you know? I tell you one thing though. Got you. So here's what we're going to do. Do you see the thing that says display headers, right? So what I think we're going to do with that is we'll take the two checkboxes. Yeah. So let's think about these two checkboxes here. Okay, so we'll say document dot get element by ID that dot checked equals is checked. I think that's right. Little word with the employee of the month. Alright, cool. So we should always have the same checkbox vibe. You see that's unchecked and that's unchecked. So now I'm going to tick it and I'm going to close, come back in. Have you ever seen such a load of bull? Okay, I think I'll leave it at that. So this, when you get to the stage where you're just having stupid things like that ruining your day, you know that you're a bit tired, you know? Alright, I'm just a wee bit tired here. Whatever it is, it's something stupid. Funny thing is, most people probably would not even notice that. So here's what we could do. Here's an idea. Suppose we take this here. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I have 2 checkboxes with IDs of that and that. Can you give me a JavaScript function that changes each one to a state of not being checked? I just want to make absolute sure that I've got my syntax right. So 2 checkboxes, here we go. Alright, now let's copy these 2 little beauties here. And we're going to go to the open modal thing here. And around about here, let's just go like that. Or actually, I'll just say clear display header. Headers, that's what we'll call it. So let's have a little clear display headers that is going to do this. So we could do that, and then we call clear display headers when this gets called. And then as part of that, if we have a look at display headers, let's go to clear display headers, and then we'll do that. And for each of those header elements, we will set the display equal to none and the inner HTML equal to emptiness. Okay, fingers crossed, the logic should be good. So if we do that, it works. Now I'm going to go like that. Now why did that not clear the header? It's the day I'm having. Right, so we do that, we do that, we do that, we do that, then we do that, it's definitely that's not part of the header info. Do you see that? Whereas this one, that one's not in the header info either. Right, there's something badly wrong with that then. So let's look at display headers. Alright, let's look at submit request. I'm lost. I'm going to have to do that tomorrow. I hate leaving a thing unfinished, but I think I'm going to have to. My energy is just a wee bit low, but I think I've done okay. And when I come back tomorrow, I'm going to be as fresh as you like. And I'm confident that this is all going to look good, you know. Do you know, the problem with this whole thing, though, all right. Yeah, well, thank you very much, Gear. I really, really appreciate that, you know. And I'm the luckiest guy in the world, you know. It's just the way, it's just one of those things. Yeah. In a funny way, I have to be, and I suppose we all have to assume that everything happens for the better, or, you know, somehow. It's just the way it goes, you know. But I really appreciate that. I do indeed. And thanks for your company. You know, Cuckoo makes an interesting point, says he hates not finishing things. And me too. But sometimes when you don't finish things, it kind of gives you a certain energy that makes you want to come back first thing in the morning and just really, really do something cool, you know. So I think I actually know what this is. Do you see the thing that says header info? Now check this out. I just thought of something. Hold on a minute. Right, watch. You'll agree that that one looks okay, right? Header info, there's our paragraph. Now check the posted one, this one here. if we right click and inspect, that one is very clearly not behaving. So, ain't that something? So, let's look at the thing that says header info. Instead of making this a paragraph, I'm going to make it a little div, you know. I think that's it. I think the issue was that I made it a paragraph. What the hell is going on? Jeez, oh. Well, look at this. Oh, it's killing me. Right, okay. Well, I'm having a stupid day with that. I think I'm going to have to just blow the whistle there. But, you know, we're doing all right progress. That's actually kind of a simple thing, truth be told. So if we look at the old to-do list here for the night, what have we got? Get this working. This is actually dead easy. I'm such an idiot, you know. But this part here, all of this is the business part of it. This is the difficult part. What we're working on with this stupid thing is just me being an idiot. But this stuff is the difficult thing. And that is what we're going to work on probably tomorrow. Now, I'm going to get this thing working. Let's just do it, shall we? Fuck it, man. I'm not leaving it. Okay, I'm going to do this. So, get add all, get commit m, now about to fix header info. Alright, so let's do this. Header info. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this an ID of header info 1. Then here we're going to have header info 2. Then instead of this bullshit here, I'm gonna say document get element by ID header info 1 dot inner HTML is header info, two is header info as well. So we do that. Now, instead of this bullshit here, and look at, okay, so what we're doing here is we're saying for both of them, the inner HTML is going to be empty. And dot style dot display is going to equal none. All right. Okay, that's good. Now we're looking for header info. Now here, I'm going to say const display value equals, and we'll say if is checked is true, then it's going to equal block, otherwise it's going to equal none. Now let's get those two header things here. Okay, here it is. So something like that. And the display type is going to be display value. All right. Header info elements, I'm saying header info. Well, we got rid of that, that's for sure. Take this out now. Okay, here we go. So when we submit, we can display the header info. When we do this one, there's our header info. Oh, you miserable bastard! Got an idea. I'm not chucking it, man. I'm not leaving until that part's done. I am not leaving until that's done. Right, here we go. So that's our coral background, which tells us we're looking at the first one. So now if we go like this and we look at the second one, you'll see that the background is cyan. So now if we go like this, so this part with the header values is just hanging about. So the question is, wait one moment. I'm actually beginning to think that this is a browser bug. Because why the heck would it repeat that, you know? Okay, so there is one moment. Clear display headers, right? Okay. While? Now hold on a minute. First, okay. Okay, so const header info element 1 is that It's so annoying. I actually think it's a bug with JavaScript itself or the browser, and I don't say that much. So that is 100%. Okay, so that's our header info 2. Fucking mouse. I don't get it. I'm going to have to look at it when I've got a fresh mind. I do think that is a JavaScript error. I don't think it's me, and I really don't say that much. I think that's a problem with the browser or the JavaScript itself, but we'll find out. I'm going to sleep on it. Folks, it has been a pleasure and a privilege. I'm going to come back and finish this bastard tomorrow. I'll see you then. Stay cool, and thank you for passing by. Cheerio now. Bye.